$100,000 Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Statches continues to go on with it, and Statches is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad, trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16 pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the derby. Oil money, he can't go about it. The unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 13 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Chavian Chow was. He had 2 wins on the card, but he was outdone by jockey Jorge Carreño, who had the hat trick, as him and Jared Brown, they teamed up for 3 wins on the card. So now jockey Jorge Carreño, 16 wins. Chavian Chow at 11, Ronaldo Cumberbatch 9, Stanley Chady Jr. 8, and Neville Stevenson at 7. On the trainer side, Jared Brown is now taking the lead with 8, followed by Jerry Gorno, Michael Nault at 6, Shelley Brown, Wendy Anderson are at 5. So what a night it was last night, Stretch. We had 3 horses go wire to wire. The other 3 were pressing the lead, and then Camano Comet in the last was the only rallier that came from 7 lengths off of it to get the win. What did you see last night?
Yeah, well, you summarized it beautifully there. I was going to mention about the speed holding most of the day, and maybe the pressers weren't on the lead, but sure enough, the last race, we've seen this so many times, getting late in the night and closer from the back. It was a horse that we did select. The horse was a little farther back than I would have liked. But,
yeah, no doubt about it. I said probably 4 lengths off it, and was third to last in the race, but did get a good run.
Yeah, a good run, and sure enough, a very nice win price to cap it off. In fact, the pick 4 paid over $1,100. You had one strange horse that was kind of a bit of a bad beat at the wire, but other than that, you had 2 favorites, and the 6 was maybe the second or third choice at the most, and $1,100 on the pick 4. Yesterday, I thought was a little more playable or easier. Obviously, it paid well. I think today is as tough a sequence as you get. I think it's going to pay at least $1,100 with the big fields. If you miss the first days, not to worry. You pick the best day to show up and play the races. There's going to be some good payouts, great races.
No doubt about it. Lots of horses, so let's get right at it. We're going to kick things off with an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. Are going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like in the opener?
Okay, so I decided to land on the 3 as my top selection. Basically, Stock the should get the same trip. I think there's going to be a pretty good duel in here between the 6 and the 7. The horse made a nice move. It was one of those horses that moved maybe a little early. The horses that beat him, which we saw come back, run really well yesterday to a top horse that they weren't going to beat anyway. But they did give him a run. So I think you're going to get the same kind of trip. Could sit back and make the move and basically kind of take over from the potential speed duel. My second choice is the horse that I think can put the speed away, and that's Call the Cops. Watched the last race. It was just a little too quick for that horse in there with a couple of the speed balls in there. And so if you check the charts on the past performance, it shows closing. It was the closers that showed up, that just kind of race style. So I used that one because I think he can get away from the 7. And then the last one is the 4. Very nice first out, or second out, sorry, but it seemed to kind of wake up after that race. Good figures as well. Went to the lead because there's just much the best, won't be on the lead today. So I've got it 3-6-4, but it is wide open. It's a great first race. Normally we don't have as many, so in this race we got 7 to kick the night off.
Yeah, a great race, like you said. I see a lot of speed in here. I see the 1 Timely Ruckus, the 4 Livery Man if he wants to use it. Call the Cops will be pressing, and Stormy Summit seems to have to go to the front end. So with all that pace in here, I had to go to closers. So I went to number 2, El Fantasma. Jennifer Jordan sent out a couple yesterday, a couple maidens in the first race. 1 from Gulfstream, 1 from Monmouth. They ended up running 1-2, only a nose apart at the wire. This one comes by way of Tampa and comes off a very impressive win by 6. I watched this race and broke out of the gate like a rocket, sat right behind the speed with a mitt full of horse. Once they hit the turn, looked them all in the eye and just carried on to a very easy win. And this one has some good form. So with that off-the-pace running style, I really like this horse in here today. I also like number 4, Livery Man. This is a horse that doesn't have to go to the front. The running style was always off the pace, but used that speed last time out to take care of those maiden horses. I think this horse adopts the off-the-pace running style today, which it's been very effective. And coming off that good win, likes the racetrack, and you're going to get good odds. And I got to throw number 3, Impressive Sense. Here is a solid horse that you could bet show on if you're starting a show parlay, maybe. So Impressive Sense, great race last time out, was beaten by a couple of ralliers, Kitten and Go Start, that came from well out of it, off a heated pace. This horse is starting to round into form. So myself, I got 2, 4, and 3. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Swagsational. Stretch, who do you got in here?
Okay, so we've seen that. We talked about it briefly yesterday, and we saw it all last year. There's certain levels of dropping from basically the allowance to the 10 is a big drop. The 75 to the 5 is also a big drop. And we basically have that with the 6 horse, racing some extremely tough company. Didn't really get out of the gate in that first start, and then ended up closing. Couple of the best races at Turf Paradise were at a mile. I think this horse is going to be relatively close. Probably not on the lead. There's a few other speed horses, but anything close to those efforts, I think the horse is going to be tough to go. With Jared and Carino, like you said, winning 3 last night, the barn is hot, so I'm going to ride that hot streak. Unfortunately, you're not going to get much of a price, but for me, it's a jump off the page. If you're trying to beat it, that's fair, because the price won't be that good. After that, I'm kind of searching for second and third. I think it's a mix, kind of who's going to get the trip and what everybody's going to do. And I ended up on the 5. Again, it was in the 10 hole last time. Watched the replay. It was a little bit wide. Basically kind of just ran evenly, but was in that $5,000 claiming race. And I thought it was a pretty tough race with some of the horses in here. You're going to see them later on. And just dropping to the 35 does make a difference. Unsure of the distance, kind of is a bit of the question mark, but I got to use him. And then the last one is going to be the 2 Plum Lucky. It's your horse, Kirt. I'm surprised you don't have Plum Lucky today. It's close to
because I took yours.
You did take mine. Yes, you did. I don't even get to mention my 4th pick. So anyway, Plum Lucky's on the rail. Like I said, it's kind of a guess. If I was allowed to take the 4th pick, I would. It is the 7, but go ahead, Kirt. 6-5-2.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of speed in this race, and that's why I went to number 7, Warren's Van Gogh. In our first 4 route races, 3 of them went wire to wire. The other speed horse ran second, so that bodes well for anybody who might make the lead all by themselves, and I think that is Warren's Van Gogh. Call You Tomorrow has a little bit of speed. All for Truth, a little bit. Falkerson, a little bit. but Warren does have a lot of it and showed it last time out against Dazzle and Mischief, who was pretty speedy as it run for first level allowance and banged heads in there. So I think Warren's Van Gogh might get an easy lead in here, and if that is the case, could go all the way at big odds. I do like Call You Tomorrow on the drop. And to round out my top three, I went to Barley Boy. Ran a good race last time out against Big Tony. We've seen Big Tony come back last night, and what happened? He won again. Wire to wire. So wasn't going to beat Big Tony that day. Gets to stretch out. He's better going around 2 turns. And if there is some speed that does back up, watch for him to come. So I'm 7, 6, and 8. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the girls 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Stretch, what a great race.
Oh, it is a great race. I kind of have it down to about the 3 horses. We have the same 3 horses. I think a similar race shape is going to happen here. The 1 and 2 are going to probably battle it out. We talked about Melisandre last time out, that she would be in tough. She was up against it a little bit because the others had raced. She does have a work, and she's a runner. So I didn't pick her on top, but I think she's going to have a lot to do with the race. I think the 1 and 2 are going to battle it out, and the 5 is going to get an absolute dream trip again and just sit behind the 2 of them and basically take over simply because it gets the trip. If you take the 1 horse out of the race, the 2's my top pick. If you take the 1 out of the race, you reverse it anyway.
The 2 to the 1.
Yeah, exactly. So just because those 2, they both like the lead. The 2 definitely is one of those speed horses. If you think the horse can clear, then that's possible and outrun the 5. But I've got it 5-1-2 in a great race, a very tactical race needed by the jockeys to see what they're going to do. So, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I ended up taking the 2 interesting times, just because Melisandre has the 1 hole. And if there is a hole in the starting gate that a horse is going to break slow out of, that is post position number 1. That'll get it about 80% of the time. So if Interesting Times breaks on top, who did have the 1 hole last time out, breaks on top on the outside, then the jockey's able to move over and make Melisandre switch around and go to the outside. That could make all the difference in the world. And Interesting Times ran so good last time out. I'm going to give her a shot that she makes the lead all alone. And if that does happen, they might not catch her. Melisandre, as Stretch said, work in between. She'll go forward. She is the one to beat. And French Rose beat all these last time they met and is in here again. Would love to see the speed duel set up for her to show her running. But if it doesn't set up, she will make a run, but probably a little too late. But I'm with Stretch with the top 3, but a different order. 2, 1, and 5. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2-lifers. Scratch number 3, Storm Kitten. They're going the 6 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, even though we do have the same horse on top, I think it's a wide open race. I think the trickiest part of this race is none of the horses can really run to the par time to win the race. What does that mean? That means there's basically over the years, there's a certain time or par number you need to run to win this condition. I've got everybody running lower than that, and so therefore it makes it that much trickier to figure it out because nobody can run the time. So wide open here, you'll see in the sequence bets, but I am going to head to the 2, and the main reason I'm going to the 2 is basically I think there's lots of speed in here, and I don't think any of them can carry the speed to hold the full 6 furlongs. So now I've got to find the closers, and because it's wide open, I've got to find prices. I'm certainly not going to take any favorites on a race like this. So the 2's the one that closes the ground, as it mentions in the charts, and Kirt mentioned this last time coming into the horse that was fractious in the gate, kind of ran his race, and he was fine, but ran his race a little bit too early in the gate. That cost him. And then the next time out, made a nice late move on this horse that they weren't going to beat. That horse had some nice figures. So same trip, doesn't have that horse it lost to, makes him very tough to beat. Then I went to a nice show bet horse on the 8. Horse runs evenly. It basically, everybody's got a backup for this horse to come. Good on Kirt not to take him first because this horse has 8 seconds out of 28 starts. So he has been listening to me over the last year, so that's good to see.
Yeah, I did catch it on the win last year, though.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did, for sure. And then the last one, I went to the 6, another long shot. Cutting back from a mile. Literally, I threw out the speed because I don't think anybody can get there. And so use the closers. So it's 2, 8, 6, but I'll throw in the 5, 7, and 9.
Yeah, I seen it the same way with all the speed. Rathmeister, as you said, that first time out, threw a wreck in the starting gate, never ran a jump. I gave the horse a second chance off those starts at Remington Park in 2020, and this horse ran a decent race, but Inspiratus broke its maiden in the first start, came back and just destroyed him running away on the front end. But Rathmeister ran the best of the rest and an off-the-pace effort. That's why I also like it. I also like number 7, Zenhai. Zenhai ran really well. The horse that ran second, Sins and Wins, last time, came back to win last night. And Inspiratus was the one that beat it by 3/4 of a length first time out. And Inspiratus came back and won this condition by 7 lengths. So Zenhai, my second selection, and I Am Anya, the only other true closer of the field, I think will take advantage of the speed coming out of the 1, 4, 5, and 7 and 9. There's lots of speed to run at. So I took 2, 7, and 8. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're only going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch, what about this one?
All right, another good race to try and figure out. The difference here is these horses in here can run the par time, so it helps it out a little bit. I'm going to go to the 3 again. It's like, why not? The horse ran such a big race. The workouts coming in saw it. The last year's numbers were there. This horse actually ran a point or two lower than last year. So I think the second start, this horse can even improve even more. It's going to set up, basically, there's a bit of pace battle in here with some speed balls between the 7 and the 9. Stock makes the move, takes over. We're not going to get, what did we get, $45 last time or so?
Not getting
that today, but still must use. Certainly can win again at this level. This horse belongs, actually, I would say, at least this class, maybe even a little bit a higher class. Second choice, I'll go back to the horse that I've been using for a bit, and he hasn't been disappointing at all, is the 8, Warbridge. Lost to the 3 when they raced before, but Warbridge went to the lead, and I don't think Warbridge runs the best on the lead, so today we'll definitely be sitting just off. Might get the move first. Who knows? Might be able to turn the tables. He tries every time. And then the last one I threw on the 4 could be the speed of the speed in here. If the 7 and 9 can't keep up, he might just keep going, or he might just keep going. So it is 5.5. Sometimes the closers don't always get there. So I'll leave it at 3, 8, 4, Kirt.
Yeah, I'm with you, Simple Man. A huge race last time out. Sat behind the speed and absolutely blew the doors off him with a nice wide move, and that was a galloping, easy, breezing type win. And Simple Man has all that speed to run at, as Stretch did say. So I think it's a perfect setup for a stalker, and Simple Man does fit the bill. I also like the 4, Dazzle and Mischief. This horse is the inside of the speed, and I think that will be valuable as Contraband's on the outside, Singing Crying Dubai, and even Warbridge can be in there if he wants to. I don't think he will with these today. So Dazzling Mischief, I think, gets a good trip. And number 7, Singing Crying Dubai. This is a horse with a ton of backclass. I had to look up the former races. This is a former Woodbine horse running in all the stake races, showing blazing speed, winning high allowance races there. Gulfstream, Oaklawn, ran a little bit everywhere. Blew the doors off him at Chippewa Downs after blowing the doors off him in Fauner Park. This horse could be a little bit of anything, and if it runs back to that previous form with all that class, it could just run away with this race. But I'm taking 3, 4, and 7. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up, going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 2, Uncle Moe's Cat, and scratch the 4, Taco Flavored Kisses, Who do you like in here, Stretch?
All right, a good race. It's been, like I said, broken record because I just like so many races today. I'm going to handicap this race a little bit different. I've got 7, 8, 6, but I'll tell you right now, I'm boxing the 3 picks. I'll start with here's how the 3 horses can win. The 7 can win if the 6 and 8 basically knock heads. The 8 gets out of the gate this time, unlike last time. Battles it out. 7 gets a dream trip. I put the 7 on top only because this horse got shuffled last time. I think it's your safest maybe place or show bet because it won't be involved in the duel. So that's how the 7 wins. The 8 wins, gets out of the gate, stalks, presses, takes over, maybe a little bit classier than the 6. And if the 8 decides to let the 6 go and get a bit of a breather, goes gate to wire. So like I said, I've got it 7, 8, 6, but I'm boxing the picks. I'm using all 3. Yeah, go ahead, Kirt.
Well, it's kind of funny that you took my horse on top. You had Wicked Fortitude. I had Golden Eye last time out. But who am I going to? Himmelstein. I had this horse last time out at 30-1. Said he was the speed of the speed. And he banged heads early and never really got a breather until late. And then Rail Splitter came from the back and scooped them all. But Himmelstein ran so good that time. I think this horse cutting back to 6 furlongs. And there really isn't any other speed. Yes, Wicked Fortitude did show speed Inter Paradise, but so far this year, drew the 1 hole both times and broke 10th. So if he breaks anywhere slow, I think Himmelstein will be just freewheeling on the front end. So that's why I like him in there. I also like Wicked Fortitude because he was in the parking lot coming down the lane. He was probably about 12 wide. It was hard for me to see him because it's dark on that side of the racetrack. He got pushed way out there. But what I really like is the horse just kept coming to the wire as Golden Eyed and Fair Challenge. They came up the inside and got the dream trip through there after that trouble from Golden Eyed. So I like Wicked Fortitude just a bit over Golden Eyed, who is my 3rd selection, who also is running very well. So I'm going to take 6, 8, and 7 in a little bit of a wide open race. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers, they're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what about this one?
Okay, so there have been a few scratches today. I don't think some of them made much of a difference.
This one does. The 6th Thrills Legacy is out taking a speed horse.
Yes, I'm glad you mentioned that one. You'll say other scratches just before the races. But, yeah, the 6 is scratched, so that does change it quite a bit. That's why we both have the 7 in there. I'm going to start with the 9, and the 9's top selection because I just liked how this horse looked last time. Blew the doors off them, stalked on the outside. The figures are there. I think this horse belongs at a higher level. This is just a quick stop in here and make the move. Is post 9, but I think we'll get a pretty good position and still can win going wide. I'll go to the 5 as my 2nd selection. Between the 5 and the 7. Only reason I put this one in is I used this horse last time, and I just like how he runs. And in case the 7 can't get the distance, or if the 2 takes a little bit out of the 7, maybe the 5 can get up. And then the 7, I did mention this horse last time, and I did like him and ran very well at 26-1. The back lines kind of show that this horse does have some speed. He throws in a workout, didn't have a race in June, but had the workout, so that's always a really good sign. That's going to keep the horse sharp. So I'm going to call it, I'll still call it 957.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 9 Tuscan Damsel, as Carl Anderson sent out another horse from Woodbine that won its first big-time gizmo, won its first out, and came back and did the exact same thing with the greatest of ease. Tuscan Damsel won it easy last time out. I think this horse will only move forward off of that race, and it doesn't have to move forward that much. But I think this is the horse to be a repeat winner. I also like Skyview with that early speed. And now with Thrills Legacy out, this is a horse that could try and steal it on the front end. And I don't think he'll get any pressure from anybody. So that's your big threat there. And number 10, Don't Get Smart. Came out of that same race as back in that action. But the top 3 finishers stayed all the way down the lane. So a horse like this wasn't able to get anything. This is a big long shot, draws outside. But if the speed stops, I like that it is the last race. And we've seen Commando Comet rally from off the pace last night. So if Don't Get Smart can get there, You're going to get well rewarded at probably 30 to 1. So I'm 9, 7, and 10. Good luck with all your selections this evening. I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Card of Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, there are no changes, just a few overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the Not Autocorp Breeders' Stakes. Scratch number 4, Swagsational. That's race number 2, scratch the 4, Swagsational. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the Talk 30 to Me race. Just a couple overweights and race 3 does kick off. Jackpot pick 5 wagering and that carryover just under $165,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, the B&B Stable Memorial Race. Kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Scratch number 3, Storm Kitten. That's race number 4, scratch the 3, Storm Kitten. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 6. Scratch number 2, Uncle Moe's Cat. And scratch number 4, Taco Flavored Kisses. That's race number 6, scratch number 2, Uncle Moe's Cat. And the 4, taco-flavored kisses. Now turning your programs to race number 7. Scratch number 6, Thrills Legacy. That's race number 7, scratch the 6, Thrills Legacy. Jackpot high five wagering in race number 7. That carryover approaching $25,000. Well, it's a nice evening here in Winnipeg. Currently under light rain. Stretch.
I'm just in the background.
Are you like a ghost figure to me? Are you haunting me?
Well, a little, because there is no sun, so at least I'm still in the picture.
Oh, yeah, you always got to get your 2 cents in. Under light rain, the temperature 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. Fast racetrack for this evening. 7-race car to racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 21 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. Be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the Jackpot Ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw will take place at 9:30. The current jackpot is $1,000. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some conditions do apply. Have a great night of racing and good luck with your Chase the Ace tickets. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off the Wednesday card of racing with an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2-lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. What a card we have, Stretch. And of course, what is today?
Show Parlay Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. And I'm still in.
You're still in.
Because we haven't started yet. I am still in
exactly.
Early. Okay, Stretch, who do you like in this
Okay,
first
I'm
race?
going to start with my top selection based on I think that there's going to be a duel between the 6 and the 7 for sure. And even maybe it might even be Timely Ruckus the 1. So we'll start with Impressive Sense. The horse was in a pretty good spot last time, made a bit of a move. I thought moved a little bit early and then couldn't really get the late closers got him late. And that's what happens when the pace goes too fast and you move too early. The leaders still have something left. We saw that the top 2 horses come back and run a really good race, so I think that sets it up for this horse to get a nice dream trip and potentially take over 5-1. I didn't expect it to be 9-2. Now, thought it would be maybe as low as 2-1 or 3-1. So I will certainly take that value.
Well, it's such a competitive field in here. I like number 2, El Fantasma. That last race, that maiden breaking win was impressive in Tampa. This horse broke on top. I can't believe they say third. This horse broke on top and sat there with a mitt full of horse for about 5 furlongs. And when Santos said go, he didn't have to push very hard, and he went blowing on by and drew off to win by an easy 6. The start before, the horse ducked at the start and pretty well lost all chance, and then the winner ran away by almost 5. The other time it sprinted that I like is that race on February the 4th. That was a good closing effort. Lost to a horse that came back to win. Jennifer Jordan had a win last night, actually a 1-2 finish in the first race. And that was a great race with a great photo. So El Fantasma, I expect to run a big one.
Yeah, good call. And the horse, like you said, came from Tampa. Mitch, who helps out in the production and helped us last year, he's watching from Tampa right now. So maybe he's cheering for Tampa and the production crew there.
Well, I'm just hoping he brings back some seafood for us.
That would be good. That would be good. Let's keep moving to the 6 as my second selection. I think this horse could be the speed of the speed in here. Watch the last race. The horses in front went too fast, couldn't keep up. And Leroy tried to sit back. I think that was the right move, and then just got a little bit tired. But depending on what Stormy Summit does, the 7, the 6 might just be fast enough. So I don't want to leave out potential speed. We saw that happen a couple times Monday and Tuesday when speed was holding. Whoever got the lead seemed to keep going. So that's why I did have to include the 6 in my top selections.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 4, Livery Man. Yes, got beat by Stormy Summit 2 outs ago. The horse never had a really good break out of the gate, did steady, got beat by 5, but made no mistake last time out. Ended up drawing off to win by 2.5. I don't think this horse has to be on the front end. Before it came here, ran a bang-up second-place effort for 7,500 at Turfway on March the 17th. That same kind of race can be very valuable in here. So Livery Man, also another one to definitely have a big shot.
I agree, and I don't think it needs to lead. I thought he was just the best last time, and when you're the best, you kind of get pulled to the lead. So I don't think he is called a cop speed. So that's why I do like that horse as well. Like I said, Stormy Summit has a lot of speed. You think it did come out of the Golden Boy?
Had no shot against Brody Streak and Demi Quando, but tried.
Yeah.
Tried to go against the best ones on the ground. Now fits way better in here.
Yeah, is in the right spot. Now, depending on if the jockey on the 6, Leroy Nelson, decides to go or not go, that's, like we talked about, somebody could steal it. You always get a little concerned if somebody just tries to gun and it's speed favoring. But 12-1, not a complete toss-out for sure.
And another horse with speed on the rail. That's number 1, Timely Ruckus, taking money at 7-2. Ran a great race last time out. Battled every step of the way. Held on to win by a neck over Oscar the Gulch. Oscar the Gulch was in the last race on Monday and was a winner. So that was a very live race that Timely Ruckus was in. Valuable draw of post position number 1 if he can get out there and freewheel on the front end. That'll definitely increase his chances, and a hard-fought effort going 5. I don't think the 6 furlongs would be a problem.
No, not at all. And the last one I will mention, because Peb, the 5, is a closer. And so last time out, broke a little slow, getting a little bit extra half a furlong. And so just in case, if 1, 2, 4, 6, and 7 kind of battle it out, that sets it up for the longest shot on the board. I'm going to save this one for this race, but if you're a show better or something like that, like the long shots, he does have some races on here that shows that he can close late.
Oh, no doubt about that. And breaking a step slow last time out did not help his causes. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, I've been on a bit of a roll with some luck here betting the pick 3, so we're going to keep it going. I'm going to take 2, 3, 4, and 6 in this first leg, singling one of my better plays on the day. In the next race, the 6, and in the third race, I'm going to just take just the 1 and the 5.
And myself, I'm going after the pick 3 also, only a $1 one, but I'm adding more. I'm taking the 2 and 4 here in the first, with the 3, 6, 7, 8 in the second and the 1, 2, 5 in the third. And because it's Show Parlay Wednesday stretch, and you've had the first pick both times, my first pick, guess who I'm taking? No, I'm not taking the 2. No, I'm not. I'm taking number 3, Impressive Sense. I'm not trying to pick a winner. Remember, when you're doing a show parlay, you're not trying to pick the winner. And I know that was probably your pick, Stretch. So I'm putting you on the spot here. Who do you have in race 1 now?
Wow, that was
Oh, don't you hate
wow,
that?
look at you.
I know.
Didn't see this coming at all. I will take.
Okay.
Are they?
Come on, you're running out of time.
Gotta take. Okay, Beth, I am going to take. I thought I had the 3 for sure. All right, give me the 2. Give me the 2 because
there
when
we
the
go.
3 runs out and then the 2 comes in, that should have been your pick. 10 show on 2, Beth. Thank you.
All right, good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race number 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Timely Ruckus, owned by Oslam Bell and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is El Fantasma, owned by Andrew Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 3 is Impressive Sense, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Livery Man, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Jorge Carreño in the saddle. Number 5 is Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Stormy Summit, owned by KBC Racing, trained by Martin Buffalo with Lionel Camacho Flores. Pulse time for race number 1, 2 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Go kicking off a great race card tonight. 7 horses going 6 furlongs in a very competitive field. We've got the 6 as the favorite. That's not my top selection. I landed on the 3. I think Impressive Sense is going to get a nice stalking trip behind the potential early pace battle between the 6 and 7. Similar trip, puts especially at 7-2, solid value there. Got to use that somewhere. And then after that, if the 6 gets loose and puts away the other speed, that's the second choice. The other one at 7-1 would be the 4. Don't leave that out. Kirt, I'll go 3-6-4.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm seeing the same speed in here to go battle it out. So I went to a closer, number 2, El Fantasma. Big race last time out, breaking the maiden at Tampa Downs. Easily drawing off by 6 lengths. And you're getting a juicy 6-1 on the board. Another horse to look at 7-1, the 4 Livery Man. I don't expect this horse to battle early. Another stalker. So I'm taking 2 and 7. Tie those ones up. Big odds. Good luck here in race 1.
It's post time.
It's the first one to enter the starting gate. El Fantasma steps up and in. Impressive Sense finds his spot. From the middle, Liveryman's turn. Now Peb walks up. And in. 2 left to load. The current favorite, Call the Cops at 6-5. And just waiting on Stormy Summit to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Call the Cops. Flashing some early speed with impressive sense in between horses. On the rail, Timely Ruckus. Also in between horses, El Phantasma. Makes it a trio behind Call the Cops. Settle back in 5th. That's going to be Stormy Summit. And then 4 more lengths back to Peb. And the early trailer will be Liveryman. The opening quarter, a quick 22-3. And it's Call the Cops engaging with Timely Ruckus, who now goes by and takes the lead. Back in 3rd, Impressive Sense is going to try and run him down from there. Stormy Summit making up ground the half, a sizzling 45-1. They hit the head of the lane. A short lead for Timely Ruckus. Call the Cops. 3 wide, Impressive Sense now pouring it on, and from the back, Liveryman is trying to swoop them all. Timely Ruckus, though, battled from the 3/8 pole and is gonna go on to win by 2.5. Second best is Impressive Sense. Close for 3rd between Liveryman and Stormy Summit. The stewards are posted number 1, Timely Ruckus, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, Impressive Sense. Number 3, Impressive Sense. Third to number 4, Liveryman. And 4th to number 7, Stormy Summit. They went the opening quarter 22-3. The half 45-1. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 1, Timely Ruckus. Timely Ruckus is a dark bear brown gelding, 4 years old, by custom for Carlos, out of the mare Alyssa Beethoven by Royal Academy. Owned by Oslin Bell and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Dwight Lewis. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. In the upcoming second race, the Not Autocorp Breeders' Stakes. Scratch number 4, Swagsational. That's in this, the second race. Scratch number 4, Swagsational. Post time for race number 2, 18 minutes away. Well, as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you can win $100 if you pick either joker. And you're going to get $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation, also at guest services. And we'd like to congratulate the top 3 finishers of the Las Vegas Challenge Tournament that was held this past Monday. The first place winner, congratulations, Harold Weens. He won himself a trip for 2 to Las Vegas. And $500 goes to the second place finisher, Randy Premichuk, and $250 to the third place finisher, Sean Gorey. Congratulations to all, and Harold, good luck in Las Vegas. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Swagsational. A quick look back at race number 1. Timely Ruckus took advantage of that inside draw. Great ride by Dwight Lewis, and looks like that's going to be a little bit of a key race.
Yeah, that's a great call on that because, like you said, Oscar won 2 days ago and looked good doing it and finalized, ran in there. Yeah, a good ride and got in a battle. I didn't, we thought the 6 would completely at least clear or the 7 would be there, and we had a bunch of them up close.
Yeah, and the 7 decided to come off the pace today, shake things up, but you might as well do that when there's a lot of other speed. And 7 didn't run bad in there. But Timely Ruckus definitely was the best. Okay, who do you like in this second race? 7 furlongs, a big dropper.
Yeah, we're going around 2 turns. 7 furlongs at ASD is 2 turns. It is a bit of a big drop, so I guess there is a bit of the concern there. But if you look back, the horse was running at 3,000 to 5,000 in our starter, or the claimer from getting weight allowances over at Turf Paradise, depending on where you started. This horse, the first start, as it said, drop back. I thought it was a step slow. I've been kind of waiting for this horse to go 2 turns, and I got it. And now it's in for 3,500. I guess the only downfall is there's not lots of speed in here, but I don't think the 6 is going to be that far off. If you look at those mile races, sits just off and can go, especially that one race that had the lead and tired late in a very good time for Turf Paradise. I think this race absolutely goes through Call You Tomorrow. It's like I said, the price isn't great at 4 to 5, but I'm searching for somebody else in here.
I was beaten by a couple of good ones, but I took a shot on a horse that should get the lead in here. That's number 7, Warren's Van Gogh. Warren's Van Gogh, first time out, was in the same condition, but had to duke it out with Dazzling Mischief, and Dazzling Mischief just proved too much the best. That horse was taking the drop from the first level allowance. Plum Lucky and Fulkerson did run 2nd and 3rd, but Warren did not get a breather as he was chasing every step of the way. He is much better, I think, going around 2 turns. So if he does get the lead, he can really go on with it. As I said on ASD Live, in the route races, the speed horses won 3 out of 4 of the races that we ran. The other one ended up running 2nd, and that's Himmelstein, who you'll see later on in the card. But I think Warren's Van Gogh, a great long shot. 7-1 right now. I expect that those odds to balloon in here. So I'm taking him as a bit of a long shot.
No argument with Warren's. I've cashed some nice tickets on him in the past.
Yeah, 18 to 1 first time out last
correct,
year.
Yeah. So
and you beat my 8's Wild, who was at 15 to 1.
I'm going to go for my second selection is the 5 horse. Again, making a slight drop. Was at this level 2 starts ago. I just think that this horse might want the distance. Last time was wide. I know it's not showing many longer races, but just watching how this horse ran evenly, and I just think this horse is sitting on a top performance. Getting 8 to 1, complete overlay. We should get a trip, and I just think we'll be sitting in the right spot to stock and end up somewhere, at least in the money. Like I said, I think 6 is the top selection, but 5 can run second.
Yeah, my third selection, number 8, Barley Boy. This horse had a good 4th place finish last time out, going 5.5 furlongs. Barley Boy is not a sprinter at all. It likes going around 2 turns. It does need some pace to run at, but it is running out of condition. It's a non-3 lifer against non-4s, but I don't mind that. I like the way it ran. I like the workout in the interim since that race, and I think this horse will be picking up the pieces and just be able to get up and maybe even run a top 2 finish. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, I'm going to try another pick 3 wheel. I'm going to key the 6. Like I said, I like it. I don't expect big price with the 1-5, and then if I get by that, I'm sitting back for a long shot in one of the toughest races on the card. So a $2 ticket, 6 with 1-5 with all is $16. For $1, it's only $8. and I think there's a chance for a nice return.
Definitely, and I'm going long shot hunting. I'm going 10 win, 20 place. On number 7, Warren's Van Gogh. And Stretch, you were thinking fastball in the first, and I threw you the changeup. And took your horse away, so I'm up to $12 in the show parlay. And I'm going to put it on number 8.
Whoa.
Barley Boy, the longest shot on the board. Trying to keep it going. Stretch is under protest. I just went by the Stewarts. I bought them some pizza, and they said, too bad, Stretch. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll be back for race 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Horses are on the track for race number 2, the Not Autocorp Breeder Stakes. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Captive Kitten, owned by Hearthstone Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Plum Lucky, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is All for Truth, owned and trained by Perry Cavanaugh, Sheldon Chickeness in the saddle. Number 4, Swagsational, was scratched. Number 5 is Fulkerson, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Call You Tomorrow, owned by King Couture, Ira Donald, and Susan Cito, trained by Jared Brown, with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 7 is Warren's Van Gogh, owned by S&S Stable, trained by Maria Stanford, with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8, Barley Boy, owned by Wade Heggie and Kelly Woldsfield, trained by Mike Taphorn, with Ronald Alley. Post time for race number 2, the Not Autocorp Breeder Stakes. They'll go to post in 3 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, in this second race, it's the HPPA Manitoba Best Turnout Horse. And that horse is number 2, Plum Lucky. Number 2, Plum Lucky, the HPPA Manitoba Best Turnout Horse here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. This time it's 7 furlongs. 7 furlongs at ASD goes 2 turns. They start just in front of the grandstand and quick to the turn. I'm going to land on the 6. Yes, Top is going to be the favorite of the race. Sometimes you just have to jump in on the favorites, and that's what I'm doing. Race sets up, goes through him, is going to sit just off the pace, take a run at the potential speed of maybe the 7. And then after the 6, it becomes wide open. A couple long shots. The 5 horse, I think, is going to get a nice trip on the rail. 9-1. That might be your exactor. So I'll call it 6-5-2.
Yeah, Stretch. I also like the 6 Call You Tomorrow. That's going to be well bet on the board. But I'm taking a shot on number 7, and that's Warren's Van Gogh. I think this horse is the speed of the race. Speed has been doing dynamite in the limited number of races so far this year, going around 2 turns. And Warren's Van Gogh just might be able to open up here and carry it all the way. I also like the 6, my long shot, number 8, Barley Boy, on the far outside for being a late rallier. Good luck here in race 2.
It's post time.
Captive Kitten, first one into the starting gate. Next in, Plum Lucky. All for Truth's turn. Fulkerson set to go in. The 4-5 favorite, Call You Tomorrow. Walks right in. Now just 2 left to load. Warren's Van Gogh. And now just waiting on Barley Boy to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. All for Truth, a little fractious. And they're off. Quickly from the inside, All for Truth shows some good speed and grabs the lead by a length as they pass the grandstand for the first time. Call You Tomorrow, second in between horses. Fulkerson moving up the rail to engage them, sitting 3 wide. That's Warren's Van Gogh. Another length and a half to Captive Kitten to the outside, Plum Lucky. And Barley Boy will be the early trailer. The opening quarter, a rather sluggish 25-2, and All for Truth in command in here by 2.5. Back to second, Fulkerson, Call You Tomorrow. Trying to move up from third on the rail. Captive Kitten to the outside, Plum Lucky. Then it's Warren's Van Gogh and Barley Boy about 10 off of it. 49 seconds, a sped up second quarter, and All for Truth. The gap is getting a little smaller as Plum Lucky is starting to make a rally on the outside with Call You Tomorrow back in fourth. That's Fulkerson looking for room. Captive Kitten, Barley Boy getting going, but All for Truth hits the head of the lane, now up by 5. The battle is on for second, and it looks like Call You Tomorrow and Plum Lucky, but this is All for Truth all by himself. Gonna win by 5. Very close for second. Looked like Plum Lucky just got by Call You Tomorrow. And in fourth, Captive Kitten. Stewart's opposed to number 3, All for Truth, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 25-2, the half 49 seconds, 6 furlongs, 1:14-1. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:27-4. Results of the photo show number 2, Plum Lucky, finishing second. Third goes to number 6, Call You Tomorrow, and fourth to number 1, Captive Kitten. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 2, the Not Autocorp Breeder Stakes. That's number 3, All for Truth. All for Truth is a dark bear, brown gelding, 7 years old, by Explosive Truth, out of the mare Nazreen by Not for Love. Owned and trained by Perry Kavanaugh and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickadees. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:27-4. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. The Talk 30 to Me race kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The carryover in this evening's Jackpot Pick 5, just under $165,000. And they'll go to post in 19 minutes. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Then check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming right up here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 through 7, you'll win the whole jackpot, which currently stands at $164,000 and will go over $200,000 when there's more than one winner. A consolation is paid out and the jackpot keeps growing. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We're kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Quick look back at race number 2. Well, I had the right idea, Stretch, saying that speed was dominating at these longer distances so far, but I picked the wrong one, and all for truth. Like a bullet out of the gate, slow first quarter, fast second quarter, and just coasted.
Yeah, Sheldon gave the horse a nice ride, good game plan to go, like you called it, find the speed, and that was the mistake on the 6, thinking that could be close enough, and nobody went after the 3, and so always remember that. It was tricky to get that horse, paid nice if you figured that horse out. Moving on to the pick 5.
Ooh, 165 the carryover.
I would say if somebody's a lone ticket, they're taking home 200.
I agree with you there. And competitive first race to start off.
Yeah, this normally would have been a stake race, which is exciting that we've got a good field like this, and these horses are not just in stake races, so we're going to get a few extra nice competitive fields. I'll start with the 5 in this race. Now, we saw the speed doing well. The speed's going to have to back up for this horse, this mare, to win it. I'd like 2 back. She looked really good. She did get a dream trip behind the 1 and the 2, but I expect that same thing to happen. She then went into a stake race and ran a nice race against Half in the Wrapper and Hidden Grace. There's no disgrace. Sure, it was 6, but it was only 4.5 lengths back. I think a similar race puts her certainly in the mix. She's if one or two get loose, then she might be up against it. But I do like her. For me, it's a solid place bet at worst. 6-1 for me is a nice win bet as well.
Oh, no doubt about that. I also like number 2, Interesting Times. Battled it out with Melisandre last time out. Got the better of her running second, but was unable to fend off French Rose, who did the late rallying. Melisandre, I think, will run a lot better today with that start under the belt. And it'll be interesting to see what Interesting Times does, whether it just goes battling to the front or coming off the pace. But Melisandre does have the 1 hole, so that's the one place that horses kind of break slow. So if that does happen, the 2 big shot of maybe taking it all the way.
Yep, for sure. And as you mentioned, Melisandre, the 1 with the workout coming in, she had won 8 in a row. She was in a tough spot last time just against these horses, and there was the other speed. She ran game, like you said, she is going to improve. So exciting to see how much she does improve, or if the 2 battles it out and costs her the victory. And another one to add there, Kirt?
Yeah, number 4, Cypress Point, had to run against Half in the Wrapper first time out, and Half in the Wrapper just destroyed them. Threw down some absolute suicide fractions all by herself, but hung on for the win in the Ruby's Big Man. Cypress Point doesn't have to deal with Half in the Wrapper here, but does have to deal with some really nice fillies and mares in Melisandre, Interesting Times, and French Rose, but just might find this a little bit easier. She did run a big race at the end of the year against Marquis Well when she did get the lead, and that was against the boys, and only lost by a length. Nice work coming in since the race. So this could be a little bit of a bomber.
Absolutely. I'll mention the 6 as something to mention because 2 back, yes, this horse did lose to French Rose, was in it, but it was actually a $2.45 on the dollar choice, was second choice behind the 1. And I did like the horse. Horse obviously lost to the 5. If it comes back and races some of those races at fairgrounds, the horse certainly can be there. I'm surprised it's only at 6-1, might go a little higher. Last race kind of concerns me that the horse, as it said, showed little.
Yeah, didn't get into the race at all until very late.
Yeah, so it's one of those, that's where you sneak a price. You say, cross that race out. If you get the dual, maybe it can come in, but you never know. That would be an upset. That would help. If you're going after the jackpot, that might be one of the horses that you throw in there.
Yeah, for sure. And the other horse to look at, number 3, Sweet Design, the longest shot on the board at 10-1 right now. Great year last year, 6 starts, 4 trips to the winner's circle, but most of those were restricted races, did win a first level allowance, and a non-2-lifer last year. But Sweet Design tested these before, went off at almost 40-1, and ended up running last, beaten 9. She is in a really tough spot here. This would be a surprise if she won it, but doesn't mean she can't rally and maybe pick up the pieces if there is a huge duel.
Oh, completely. She's game. She won all those races, like you said, and certainly can be in at least the top 3 for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 3, of course. Pick 5 times, stretch, start us off.
Okay, I didn't spend as much as you.
Yeah, this is like the first time this year. Well, first time in a couple of years.
1 and 5 in the first leg. And then I'm spreading out the rest of the way. 2, 5, 7, 8. There's some long shots in there in the 4th race. 5th race, 3, 8, and 9. 6th race, 6, 7, and 8, just like Kirt. And in the last race, 5, 7, and 9, also like Kirt.
And as you can see, 1 horse difference is a $21.60 difference. Our tickets are almost identical in numbers wise, except I have 3 horses in the first leg. I got 1, 2, and 5, 2, 4, 7, 8, then 3, 4, 7, same 6, 7, 8 in race number 6, and same 5, 7, 9 to close it out. That's 64.80. Well, Stretch, we're both out of the show parlay, but we always have car change.
We have car change. I've rushed to the car, got my $10 in change. I'm going to go.
And I'm glad you lent me $10.
Yes.
I'll get that back to you.
Car change, yes.
Car change reload. There we go.
$10 show on the 5 for me.
All right, I'm going to take number 1, Melisandre, and $10 to show on the 1. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the Talk 30 to Me race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,600. Number 1 is Melisandre, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Interesting Times, owned by Kenneth Amther, trained by Gordon Amther with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Sweet Design, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 4 is Cypress Point, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is French Rose, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Ain't She Darlin', owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno with Arthur Badu. The Talk 30 to Me race. Here in race 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They go to post in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $3,500 was number 6, Call You Tomorrow, claimed by Janice Braden, trainer Larry Sizik.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Go. Top fillies and mares on the grounds going 6 furlongs, 6-horse field. It is wide open. I've landed on the 5. I think she's going to get a nice trip behind the battling leaders of the 1 and the 2. She beat this field last 2 outs ago, then ran into too tough of a race. Same trip, could be the same result. Melisandre, the 1, she had won 8 in a row. She lost it. Now she's got to get it back. She certainly can. She had a good workout coming in. Watch out to see if they can beat her. So I've got it 5-1-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3 horses, but I'd put the 2 interesting times on top with Melisandre for second. I don't think they're going to go as fast going the 6 furlongs today, so they might be playing a little cat and mouse on the front end. Speed's been doing really well all week, as we did see in the first 2 races. That Stalker won the first race and Speed won the second. So I'm going 2-1 here in race number 3. Good luck.
time.
Melisandre leads the girls into the starting gate. Next in, Interesting Times. Sweet Design finds her spot. Cypress Point's turn. Very quick load, 2 left to go. French Rose. Now just waiting on H.E. Darlin to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Melisandre is away well with Interesting Times to her outside. Cypress Point also showing speed 4 wide. French Rose now settling back. Interesting Times in 4th. Gap of 5 lengths to H.E. Darlin and Sweet Design, the early trailer, about 9 off of it. 22-4 the opening quarter, and it's 3 across the track. To the far outside, French Rose now takes over as the leader. Cypress Point has gone back to 3rd as Melisandre moves up to 2nd, settled in 4th. Interesting Times now 4 lengths off it. Then H.E. Darlin and Sweet Design hugging the rail every step of the way. The half a spirited 45-2 as they hit the head of the lane. And French Rose with the lead. Melisandre is going to try and run her down with 1/8 of a mile to go. But French Rose looking good here at the 16th pole. And she's going to carry on. French Rose gets it done by 5. Second goes to Melisandre. Third to H.E. Darlin. The Stewart's opposed to number 5, French Rose, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Melisandre. Third to number 6, H.E. Darlin. And 4th to number 3, Sweet Design. They went the opening quarter 22-4. The half 45-2. Time for the 6 furlongs. A quick 111-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 3, the top 30 to me race. The winner number 5, French Rose. French Rose is a Chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Raisin de Tat, out of the mare Catlana by Medagliadoro. Owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr., and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 6 furlongs, the picket fences. 111-1. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, the B&B Stable Memorial Race. Scratch number 3, Storm Kitten. Once again in this 4th race, scratch number 3, Storm Kitten. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, there are no changes. Now on to race number 6, scratch number 2, Uncle Moe's Cat, and number 4, Taco Flavored Kisses. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, Uncle Moe's Cat, and number 4, Taco Flavored Kisses. Turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 6, Thrills Legacy. That's race 7, scratch the 6, Thrills Legacy. The B&B Stable Memorial Race. Here in race 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They go to post in 20 minutes. Well, besides the excitement of racing, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including the Canada Day Fireworks and Festival going on this Friday, the Gulping Horse Ultimate Beverage Festival on July 16th, and Holly Summerfest on August the 6th. Go to asdowns.com for more information. Well, you better hurry. You just have over 15 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with $1,000 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5 now. And remember, you're helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch the 3 Storm Kitten. Quick look back at race number 3, Stretch. French Rose on the front end.
What a sharp ride by Neville. I think the other two maybe thought, you know what, we're not going to battle it out to set it up. And they weren't, what was the opening fraction?
Nobody was sending. It was still 22 and change, almost 23.
Yeah, but they can go faster. And then he decided, let's go and make the move. I just like watching that kind of racing and smart ride by the rider. And it's like, make a move and let's see if I've got anything left. And he actually, she
really
sharp and just had so much horse and then had plenty left at the end. What a sharp ride, sharp horse. Great to see. What a good race. Melisandre tried to come back on.
Yeah, tried to come from off the pace, and I love when horses try and change their style. She tried all the way down the lane, but French Rose was long gone. All right, on to race number 4. Kicking off the pick 4, Stretch. Who do you got? We've got the same.
We do have the same. We're at the same kind of thinking in here. I'm going to start with the 2-horse. Careful on the track conditions. So you're going to have to maybe make some adjustments, but I will start with the 2. It is my top pick. I'll leave it out there. Because I think there is a lot of speed in here. I think you've got the 7 and the 9 for sure. The 5 can show speed. The 1 also can show some speed.
And the 4.
And the 4, yes, and the 4. So I decided to go with the closers. And so I need the speed to back up. This horse had a tough trip first out. And as you called it, kind of throw it out, then ran a very nice race second out, made a nice middle move, and that was important. I think the same kind of trip puts her in the mix for sure. We're getting 9-2. I think that's what we're probably going to get right around that kind of price. We've talked her up, and that last race does look pretty good.
Yeah, I can't see another wire-to-wire winner in here just because there is so much speed. My second selection, I went to number 7, Zenhai. This horse, first time out, was second, beaten by Inspiratus, who won this condition by 7 1/4 lengths, then came back, went wire to wire, beat Sins and Wins, and Sins and Wins came back last night to win. So Zenhai's been in really good company, and I think could be the speed of the speed in here. But I'm just not sure of that. But what I know is the horses that it's been running against come back to win and win convincingly. So Zenhai, I think, will run a big race, even if it is battling for front end.
Yeah, sharp. Like you said, that first race impressed us very much and then came on. I went to another closer. This is a classic second place horse, and that's the 8. Was in the race against the 2. Wasn't going to beat the winner, wasn't going to beat the top horse, but I think this horse just is always around there. If the last race, the 6 horse came from near the back and closed, and I think that's the same kind of racing pattern that she can do it to be in the money. You're going to get a big price. She's 11-1. Careful on if you're a win play on this one. She does like to run second a fair amount, but right trip. You never know. She might not wait for other horses and just zoom on past.
Yeah, and Ronaldo Cumberbatch riding very well right now. Also look at number 9, Critical Condition, taking all the early money right now, currently sitting at 6-5. Had a troubled trip against Zenhai and Inspiratus 2 outs ago and ran a game third, beaten 3.5. Last time out was a maiden race and hit the front end and just lasted to the wire. I think that 7 furlongs was a little far, but if that race was 6 furlongs, Critical Condition was easily a winner in there. Now gets to test the non-2s. I think this is going to be tougher, and I just don't like the draw on this horse. Holds position number 9 with all the other horses that can show speed. So that's why Critical Condition is not in my top 3.
Yep, fair. It's not mine either. My third selection is the 6. Again, looking for closers. We mentioned 5 horses in here that are speed. Finding a closer, the horse is cutting back from a mile. Again, I think the horse just needs to run evenly. And that's what it does, where some of these horses go fast early and get tired. I don't think anybody's going to clear. They'll come back, pick up the pieces, and if my 3 horses come in the trifecta, it's going to pay really well because I don't have any of the speed. But if somebody gets loose, my picks are not going to look very good.
No doubt about it. Another horse to look at, number 5, Lady Nyla, was steadied inside early last time out and still ran a really good race. They debuted today with blinkers on and come in with a workout in 49-1, handily around the dogs. So that is a good workout when you're working from the middle of the racetrack. Lady Nyla had a good maiden breaking win at the end of last year in a stalking role. If she adopts that stalking role again, might be sitting behind the speed. Right now, 4-1 on the board. That definitely is probably about what she should go off at. Her best race, good enough to win.
Agree. She's one of those. That last race, yeah, she did steady. Doesn't like to pass horses too often, so that was my little bit of a concern there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But she was running at maiden allowance early on.
Fair, that's a good point.
You know, a big difference between the lower condition races. We didn't talk about the one, Home Early Shirley. Horse brings what to the race? Well, speed. And Home Early Shirley's success was getting loose on the front end and going on with it, but I just can't see that happening today and hasn't shown any ability to come off the pace. So I'm going to tab for a race with a lot less speed.
Correct. Okay. So the invader is from Fawner, and they've had some success. Jerry obviously has success over the years, so you can't leave this horse out. Again, running style, a couple speed times does show that maybe can run evenly. Might get the right pocket trip. I've got a couple good figures. That last race, 2 back at Fawner, was not a bad race at all. You're getting 20-1. That horse should not be 20-1. Long shot player. It is a wide open race, so it's nothing wrong with taking some long shots in here.
Yeah, maybe they're seeing a big gap in the workouts from May till June for a horse that was race fit coming in, but it is out of the Jerry Gorno barn, and he's been knocking them dead over the last few years and expect him to start rolling soon. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Okay, good old pick 4 time. I'm going to take a bunch in this first leg.
See where you spent your money.
2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this first leg, hoping to be alive. And then the 3, 4, 8, 9 in the 5th. Getting a little smaller, 6, 7, 8 in the 6th. And key in the 9 in the last. Remember, my pick 5 ticket is still going, and I have a few others. So remember following along that I do play tickets accordingly.
And myself, I have the pick 4 also. I'm taking 2, 7, and 8 here in race 4. Race 5, the 3, 4, and 7. Race 6, the 6 and 8. And I'm rounding it off with 7 and 9 in the last. I had to go with some speed in there just in case it gets away. That's $36. Okay, Stretch, we regrouped. Got that car change going, both alive again to do another show parlay. Who do you got?
Okay. Beth, pay attention. I had an audible. That's how tough this race is. I gave her the 7. I'm not going to the 7, Beth. We're going to go 12 to show on the 8. Sorry about that, Beth. 12 show 8.
12 show 8. Well, you only had $11.
Oh, 11 to show 8.
I have an extra 50 cents I can lend you.
All right.
Because I was at $12.50. So I'm $12 to show on the 2 Rathmeister. There's your $11 right there. And I have 12 to show on the 2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race number 5. horses are on the track for race number 4, the B&B Stable Memorial. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Home Early Shirley, owned by Bearstream Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 2 is Rathmeister, owned by Steve Herman Jr. and Marilyn Delorme, trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 3, Storm Kitten was scratched. Number 4 is My Racing Heart, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Arthur Badu. Number 5 is Lady Nyla, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Ruby in the Stars, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Number 7 is Zen High, owned by Kyle Hebert and Silver D Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 8 is I Am Anya, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mivales, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Running out the field is number 9, Critical Condition, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Stanley Chady Jr. The B&B Stable Memorial Race here in race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. They go to post in 3 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, this race is sponsored in memory of Art Brockhill and Wally Bucky Bukowski, longtime owners in our racing family here at ASD, and we are pleased to have their families join us here this evening for racing.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, 6 furlongs in a tough condition race here, non-2 lifetime. It is wide open. There should be a pace battle up front, so I'm looking at the closers. I'll start with the 2. First start out, throw that out. Second start, really good move on the outside. I think you're going to get the same kind of trip. Watch out, you're getting 5-1. Another horse that you might like to bet at 6-1 would be the 8. Maybe a place or show bet, and then bombs away on the 6. That horse will be coming late. Wide open race. Pick a bunch. 2, 8, 6 is my selection.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 2, as there is all the speed in here. Rathmeister throw out that first race and looks good off a second place finish to a walk-away winner in Inspiratus, who ended up winning 2 in a row. This horse, watch the starting gate. The horse gets away clean, doesn't act up. Big shot. Also look at the 7 Zen High at 9-2. This horse comes out of a couple of key races. So I'm 2-7 here in race 4.
It's time.
Home early Shirley, the first to find her spot in the starting gate. My Racing Heart is next. Lady Nyla, she walks in. Ruby and the Stars is in. Zenhai finds her spot. I Am Anya's in. Now just 2 left to load. Critical Condition to the outside. And just waiting on Rathmeister. Rathmeister getting a little extra help from the gate crew. And the Outrider lending a helping hand. Rathmeister almost in. She now backs away. Siobhan Bell hops off. They're going to load Rathmeister without the rider. Once Rathmeister is in, Siobhan Bell will climb back aboard. Rathmeister now in. Siobhan Bell back in the saddle. Now acting up a bit. Home early Shirley. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Home early Shirley. From the outside, Critical Condition. Away well, going after the early lead. In between horses, that's Lady Nyla with My Racing Heart. Painted to the fence, sitting behind them, Home early Shirley, Zenhai, I Am Anya in the fray. And a couple more lengths back to Ruby and the Stars, and well back to Rathmeister. The opening quarter, 23-2, and Lady Nyla takes over the lead by half a length. Critical Condition in between horses, making a 3-wide bid. Zenhai, another length and a half back to Home early Shirley and My Racing Heart. Now rallying Ruby and the Stars with I Am Anya and Rathmeister getting into the mix. The half 47 seconds, and Lady Nyla now has breathing room as she hits ahead of the lane, up by 5. Trying to gain ground on the inside, critical condition to the far outside, Ruby and the Stars, but Lady Nyla inside the 16th, full cruise control. She's going to win by 6. Second to Ruby and the Stars, very close for third between I Am Anya and Rathmeister. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, Lady Nyla, as your race winner. Second goes to number 6, Ruby and the Stars. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A rider's objection here in race number 4.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen, Ronaldo Cumberbatch aboard number 8, I Am Anya, has claimed interference against number 6, Ruby and the Stars, and rider Nyron Austin. Rider's objection, 8-6. Results of the photo show number 2, Rathmeister, finished in third. Fourth went to number 2. Fourth went to number 8, I Am Anya. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 4, the B&B Stable Memorial. The winner number 5, Lady Nyla. Lady Nyla is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old, by Cape Canaveral, out of the mare Local by Awfully Wild. Owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Neville Stevenson, who scores the back-to-back winners. 2 wins for jockey Neville Stevenson. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the rider's objection, 8-6. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 5, 6, 2, and 8 will become official. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Kicking off late pick 3 wagering. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5 in 17 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 4. Pay special attention to the jockey in pink, who you see is 6th, just outside of the one in yellow, and the 6 is in black. That is 8 on 6. I Am Anya, Ronaldo Cumberbatch against number 6, Ruby in the Stars, and Nairo and Austin. The infraction was said to happen right here. But after reviewing the films, the steward's decision, there is no change warranted. Here's one more time. Same pan shot. The 6 and 8 horse, both on the outside of the third wave of horses. Once again, after reviewing the films, there was no change. Well, be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5 for this $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Lady Nyla had a troubled trip last time, and they added the equipment blinkers on, and that seemed to make the difference.
It was. It had her forwardly placed, and like we'd mentioned, that workout, that's been such a good angle after one start. And absolutely another great ride by Neville. That's his second?
Yeah, back-to-back you got.
Back-to-back, yeah.
And Rathmeister acting a little funky at the gate again, like she did the first time, but still showed some late run to just barely get up and kick you out of the show parlay.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that.
Oh, no problem, buddy. Okay, who do you like here in the 5th?
Okay, so we're on the same top selection here. Ends up to be 2-1. Morning line was 5-1. It makes sense this horse is 2-1. Ran so well last time. One going away, could have won by more. A couple keys to this horse was working out down south in Turf Paradise and then didn't race. But the races when it was at ASD is now 2 for 2. Very impressive. My figures have this horse right up there. This is the race. This is the level this horse belongs. I think there's enough speed again in here. We've got 4, 7, and 9 are the speed horses. A stalking trip could be the difference. I don't like 2-1. I'm hoping to get a little higher, but still my top selection.
Yeah, well, speed, we thought there was a lot in the last race. They did kind of go up there, but Lady Nyla still ended up carrying that speed where the ralliers were only to be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th best. But I think there is 2 predominant speed horses in here. Dazzle and Mischief, Contraband, and then throw in Sing and Cry in Dubai, and all of them have one way of going, and that's proven. It's not like the condition horses and on 2. These are the older ones that are seasoned, so I expect these ones to battle it out. That's why I also like Simple Man. But I'm going to talk about number 4, Dazzle and Mischief. This should be the inside of the speed here. Ran a good race 2 outs ago, winning the 35 non-winners of the year condition or 4 life. Then went back up to the allowance level, battled every step of the way, only to tire and be beaten by 8 1/4. This is much easier than Dazzling Mischief tested last time out and does get the inside, but I still think it's going to be a heated pace. But this horse, off that big win for 35 non-winners, has to be respected.
Yes, coming out of that tough condition, as we've mentioned about those, that's such a tough condition. I went to another closer that I've backed. I'll take 15-1 all day long on this, and this is Warbridge. First start of the year went to the lead. I don't like when this horse goes to the lead. Maybe the Leroy just felt that he had enough horse to go. Battled it out, lost to the 3-horse that race or that day. Next start out, sat just off the pace and made the move. Didn't quite get there, but that's the race I want to see out of him, and absolute solid value there at 15-1. So,
but just not so far back. He ended up being last after a half mile and made that big rally. Number 7, Sing and Cry in Dubai. Perry Kavanaugh and Sheldon Chickness, they won race number 2 with All for Truth. This horse absolutely demolished them last time. That was at Chippewa Downs. But I like the comment, complete runaway. So Singing Crying Dubai ran in Fawner and won back-to-back races there also. I look back on this horse's form. This was a solid stake horse, not winning them, but placing in them and winning high-level allowance races in Woodbine early on in the career. Maybe just everything's clicked now in the 8-year-old season as the horse has already won 3.
For sure, yeah, you had some good research on that horse. The morning line favorite is the 9, dropping from 75. Normally, that would be a jump on this horse as a bet because of that 7,500, but is on the outside. Certainly can win it, has the speed, but is going to have to put away all the speed and hold off the closers. It's going to be tough, but the drop in class could be the difference.
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, we're playing 2 different trifecta wheels, and so we're going to go 3-8 with 3-8 with anybody, so that's when you're cheering for the long shots. And then, as you call it, the 3/8 with the wedge. I'm going to use the lob wedge.
Okay.
The lob wedge in between with the 3/8 underneath.
All right, myself, I'm putting the 3 on top, only on top with the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, with the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Also for third, that $1 tractor will cost you $20. And I'm still alive in our pocket change from our car change show parlay. I'm putting it on number 3, Simple Man. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight delay here in race number 5, as it looks like number 2, Praise Loudly, is receiving a new shoe. And ladies and gentlemen, the winning ticket in tonight's Ultimate Chase the Ace, 0329. That's winning ticket number 0329 for Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace. You have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor, South End. The horses on the track for race number 5, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Otani, owned by 666 Ranch, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Praise Loudly, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron with Arthur Badu. Number 3 is Simple Man, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Dazzle and Mischief, owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Wits Dollar Night, owned by DLK Racing Stables, trained by Elton Dickey with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Jovial Destiny, owned by Glenda Frank, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Number 7 is Sing and Cry in Dubai, owned and trained by Perry Cavanaugh, Sheldon Chickanis in the saddle. Number 8 is Warbridge, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Stanley Chady Jr. Rounding out the field is number 9, Contraband, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Kicking off late pick 3 here in race number 5. They go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, 5,000 claimers going 5.5, a little bit shorter, so the speed might be able to last, but I'm going to take a closer here, the 3 horse. I think it's going to sit just off the pace, let the 4, 7, and 9 battle it out, and take over late. Should get a good trip. Last race was good. Need the same effort, but I think it's going to be an even better effort. The 8 is Warbridge. You're getting 8-1. That's a nice long shot to sneak in to help you get the exacta or trifecta. So, Kurt, I'm going to go 3-8-4.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 3 horse just because it was such an easy win last time out. And those workouts in Phoenix, those were stellar coming in. And last time we got 22-1, 5-2 right now. I also like number 4, Dazzling Mischief. One of the 3 speed horses in here to go with the 7 and 9, but draws inside, getting 6-1. So I'm 3-4. Good luck here in race 5. Otani, the first to step in. Next up, Praise Loudly. Simple Man walks up and in. It's Dollar Knight's turn. Jovial Destiny set to go in. Singing Cry in Dubai is in. Now Warbridge is loaded. 2 left to go. Contraband on the outside. Now just waiting on Dazzling Mischief. The field is set. They're at the post. Warbridge a little fractious. And they're off. From the far outside, Contraband shows good speed, as does Dazzling Mischief. To his inside, settled behind them. Simple Man biding his time, 3 lengths back. On the far outside, Singing Crying Dubai making a move. Another length and a half back is Warbridge sitting there with Otani. 2 more. Racing as a pair, Praise Loudly, Jovial Destiny, and way back to It's Dollar Night. 22-3 the opening quarter. And the lead is now a Dazzling Mischief. In between horses, Contraband, 3 wide to Singing Crying Dubai. Simple Man's going to try and thread the needle. Up the inside, and Otani giving a rally. Dazzling Mischief has now gotten away by 2. Going at him is Simple Man on the rail to the far outside, Singing Crying Dubai. But Dazzling Mischief is going to hang on for the win. Simple Man is second best. Third's going to go to Singing Crying Dubai, and 4th to Warbridge. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Dazzling Mischief. As your race winner, second goes to number 3, Simple Man. Third to number 7, Singing Crying Dubai. And 4th to number 8, Warbridge. They went the opening quarter 22-3, the half 46-2. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 4, Dazzling Mischief. Dazzling Mischief is a bay gelding, 7 years old, by Into Mischief, out of the mare Love That Dazzle by Dazzling Falls. Owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-2. Congratulations goes out to trainer Shelley Brown, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Shelley Brown. Race number 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 2, Uncle Moe's Cat. And scratch number 4, Taco Flavored Kisses. That's in this 6th race. Scratch the 2, Uncle Moe's Cat. Scratch number 4, Taco Flavored Kisses. Post time for race number 6 in 17 minutes. Canada Day is this Friday, and we've got a great event planned. It's the Canada Day Fireworks and Festival, featuring live entertainment, beer gardens, kids' activities, food trucks, local artisans, and of course, a spectacular fireworks display by Campfire Pyrotechnics. Admission is just $10, 5 and under free. This is one event you won't want to miss. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs, scratch the 2 Uncle Mo's Cat, and scratch number 4 Taco Flavored Kisses. A look back at race 5. Well, our 5th consecutive winner on the front end, Dazzle and Mischief, as I said, took advantage of that inside draw and went on for the win.
Yeah, we've seen that all day. Started in the first with Timely Ruckus and has been carrying throughout. You've got to be pretty much near the lead to be successful. We had that 7 furlong go gate to wire. The 3 just was kept the wrong type of horse. Ran well. That was a pretty good time.
Stalked the leaders, but they didn't back up. So Simple Man, second best. Sing and Cry in Dubai. Maybe that's one to tab for next time, as the horse didn't use that early speed and then absolutely rocketed around everybody and then tired late down the lane.
Yeah, and so we started with over 90,000 in the pick 4 pool. Thank you for getting involved. It was a race to go. We're down to less than 3%, and I'm part of that 3% on the ticket posted.
All right,
here we
Stretch.
go.
Not myself. I'm out, but it's still live in my parlay. All right, who do you like here in race number 6?
Okay, I've got down to 3 horses. We're talking about the speed. I've got 7, 8, 6 listed up there. I've got the boxing the order, which means in any order. I'll start on the 7. Closer, so it's the horse is up against it a little bit because we've seen speed going being on the front end. The way the 7 can win, as mentioned on ASD Live, is if the 6 and the 8 battle it out and they come back and the 7 takes over. That trip, if you watch the replay on the 7's last race, he kind of got shuffled back, and that cost him winning that race for sure. Did come up the rail for sure, but there was some trouble there. So that was why it was. I've got it listed on the top, so we'll go with that right now.
And myself, I have number 6, Himmelstein. This looks like the predominant speed of the race. There's a couple that could chase, but Himmelstein, first time out, banged it out with 2 other horses on the front, tired. Then went 7.5 furlongs and battled again on the front. And Rail Splitter came from off the pace to get the win. But the way the track is playing with the speed so far this evening, Himmelstein, I think, just might be able to get free in here. Shelley Brown, already 2 wins on the card and looking for the hat trick.
Absolutely. More big chance to win. Nice price, too. My other horse is the 8. And if you take a look at this horse, you'll see save ground, good move. But what they forgot to put in the charts, but you can see it if you're newer to racing, you see those 2 big 10s that glare at. That means the horse came out of the gate right at the start in 10th. You'll see there was only 10 horses in the race. That means last. And so this horse should have been closer. If the horse breaks a little bit better, we'll be right close to the 6. Has the class to basically press and maybe take over. And Turf Paradise is a faster track, but then went in 109 and change. That's still pretty quick out there, too.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And this horse was fanned really wide around the turn for home, but kept coming at him. Only lose to Golden Eyed and Fair Challenge by just a length in the end. Another horse to look at, number 9, maybe sometime. This horse was a winner 2 outs ago and beat Golden Eyed the 7 with a big late rally. Last time out was dead last. Tried to get him, but ran out of ground, beaten by 4. We'll like the 6 furlongs today, but not the way the racetrack is playing for a winning effort, but definitely top 3 eligible.
Very true, and this is where you make notes that the horse might not run his top effort. It could, but it is a speed bias. Let's take a look at the 5, the Invader from Golden Gate. Wendy Anderson's the trainer. Her 3 wins are from horses from Golden Gate in San Francisco.
Well, she's got 5 now.
She has 5. Oh, I'm sorry.
Add in a Tampa and add the one today.
Good call. Thank you. Yes, and her other Golden Gate was second in a couple days ago as well. There's a really nice workout, which is important to work over the track to get used to that, because at Golden Gate they're running basically on Tapeta or poly, one of the
Whatever way you
one
wanna
of
call
it's a synthetic surface. So something to consider. Moving way up in class, but they've surprised us before, and you're getting 9-1.
Yeah, the real horse, Moz Mischief. I just plain and simply think this horse needs more ground. Yes, ran in stakes, but that was around 2 turns. And then number 3, Soul Freedom. This horse taking money in here was 25-1 last time out, 5-1.
Yeah.
What do they see?
Well, I guess they see some speed. It's in the same condition. Felt needed a start. Maybe the owners like it. There was a workout since too.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Stretch.
All right, spending a little bit here. Normally, if you follow along, I'll do a $2 or a $3 exactor box. I'm very confident in this race, those 3 horses. I'm doing a $5 exactor box, 6, 7, 8. That's $30. If you want to do a $1, it's $6. Take a shot.
And myself, I'm going to the tractors also. I'm going 6-8, 6-8 with 5-7-9. I'm taking a $2 wheel on that. And then a $1 wheel, 6-8 with 5-7-9 in the wedge with 6-8. That costs $18. A $1 wheel each is only $12. And show parlay, I had $23.90, found a dime on the floor. So $24. I'm putting it on number 6, Himmelstein. And Stretch, you're out of excuses?
And I'm out.
All righty. Good luck with all your wagering here in race 6. And we'll see you back for race 7. Jackpot High 5 wagering. Horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Moz Mischief, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 2, Uncle Mo's Cat was scratched. Number 3 is Soul Freedom, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4, Taco Flavored Kiss is also scratched. Number 5 is Monstradamus, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 6 is Himmelstein, owned by Goose Racing, trained by Shelley Brown, with Leroy Nelson. Number 7 is Golden Eyed, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson, with Praven Badri. Number 8 is Wicked Fortitude, owned by Garth Grider and Violetta Adamchuk, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Running out the field is number 9, Maybe Sometime, owned by Wendy Anderson and Rob McDonald, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Post time for race number 6, 2 minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $5,000, your race winner, number 4, Dazzle and Mischief, claimed by Henry Wood Jr., trainer Jerry Gorno. Also claimed for $5,000 was number 7, Singing Cry in Dubai, claimed by Janice Braden, trainer Larry Sizik. And in tonight's Chase the Ace, Jennifer D went up to the board and she selected the 7 of clubs. So that got her $25, and the jackpot stays alive at $1,000 for Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace here at ASD.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, higher level allowance, 10,000 claimers going 6 furlongs in a very good race. I've got it down to the 3 horses, 6, 7, and 8. I'll start on the 7. That's a nice price at 7 to 2 or $9. So I should get a good trip behind the leaders of the speed and try to make a move late. A cleaner trip might get him to the end. 8 is my second selection. I don't like the value at 6 to 5, but the back class, if he can get out a little bit better, unlike the last time, is probably the winner, but I'll give you a 7, 8, 6.
As Stretch, I got the same 3, except I put number 6 Himmelstein on top. There isn't a lot of speed in here. Speed's won the first 5 races, so I think Himmelstein, if he does get loose, cutting back in distance from the last race to 6 furlongs today, I think he's going to be tough to beat, but I do like number 8 Wicked Fortitude. Had to race extremely wide last time out and still came running at the end. Jared Brown, Jorge Carreno, they teamed up for the hat trick last night. Good luck here in race 6. Oz Mischief, locked and loaded. Next up, Soul Freedom. Monstradamus now moves in. Himmelstein's turn. Next up, Golden-Eyed. 2 left to load. Wicked Fortitude, the 6-5 favorite. And just waiting on maybe sometime to the outside. Himmelstein a little fractious in the starting gate. Himmelstein again fractious. He's now settled. Leroy Nelson not liking something underneath in the starting gate. He's on the side of the gate. Himmelstein will be unloaded. Looks like there'll be an equipment adjustment on number 6, Himmelstein. Slight delay into the running of race number 6. Leroy Nelson hops back aboard Himmelstein, and he's now loaded. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle, Himmelstein away well and easily captures the lead by a length. Wicked Fortitude on the outside and moved forwardly today in second. Back in third, that's going to be Golden-Eyed. Soul Freedom on the rail. Back in fifth in between horses, Monstradamus. Maybe sometime is getting a 4-wide trip and way back to Ma's Mischief. About 8.5 off the lead. A short lead on the outside for Wicked Fortitude. Now Golden-Eyed joins Wicked Fortitude. Maybe sometime rallying from third. Himmelstein backpedaling in fourth. Monstradamus starting to run. Back to Soul Freedom and Ma's Mischief. The half a quick 45-4. It's Golden-Eyed on the inside. Wicked Fortitude to the outside. Maybe sometime in third with the lead. That's Golden-Eyed trying to hang on. Wicked Fortitude going to give a late try inside the 16th pole. Maybe sometime running out of ground. Golden-Eyed digging into the wire and hanging on for the win. Golden-Eye's going to take it. Wicked Fortitude in second. Maybe sometime in third and fourth to Monstradamus. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter in 23-1, the half 45-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, a very quick 1:11. Also, the photos show the winner number 7, Golden Eyed. Second goes to number 8, Wicked Fortitude. Third to number 9, Maybe Sometime. And fourth to number 5, Monstradamus. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner. Here in race number 6, that's number 7, Golden Eyed. Golden Eyed is a big gelding, 4 years old, by Golden Sense, out of the mare Hollywood Miss, by second in command. Owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson, and ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:11. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Scratch number 6, Thrills Legacy. That's in this 7th race. Scratch number 6, Thrills Legacy. Jackpot high 5 wagering with that carryover just under $24,000. They'll go to post in 18 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in with beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95 and half-price appetizers. Plus, there's 140 VLTs ready for action till 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7, a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners of 4 lifetime. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 6, Thrills Legacy. A look back at race number 6, and Goldeneye and Wicked Fortitude. What a duel down the lane between the two of them.
It was a couple good rides, and the 7 knew had to go early, or the 8 would have got away, and bobbing at the wire. Another one heads bobbing at the wire in a fast time. So that was
111 flat. Wow,
yeah, that was a solid horse race, and it continues on. We're probably, well, you never know. I don't think they're going to do 111 and change in here, but.
Yeah, I don't think these non-4 lifers can go that quick, but I expect it to be probably 12 and change.
Yeah, I agree with you. We've got a 9-horse field in here to close off the week. There is a big favorite at 4 to 5. I didn't think the horse would be as big a favorite, but it does make sense. It was a powerful win first out.
Took a bunch of early money.
Yeah, for sure. So maybe it was the owner or a group that decided to take a shot and make a bet. And that's the horse I've landed on. I think the price will go up a little bit, but it's not just a 1-horse race in here. Like I said, came from Woodbine, made a nice move. Remember, you got to be close to the lead today. We saw that the 7 and 8 were right up close. And if they weren't, they wouldn't have got there. The 9, as you mentioned in the last race,
maybe sometime,
had to try to sit closer, but was a little too far back and just couldn't make up any ground in the stretch. So there's a pretty good theme going on. So tread carefully on the 9. I don't think you want 4 to 5. Anything to add on the 9, or are you going to go elsewhere?
No, it's just that Carl Anderson had another big-time gizmo horse coming from Woodbine. Kind of the same thing going through the conditions. Won the first one, came back, won the second one real easy too. Tuscan Damsel couldn't have won that one any easier last time out. So a repeat, not a surprise. We know who the speed is in here. That's number 7, Skyview, and 14 to 1 on the board on a track, Love and Speed.
Absolutely. This is a great example. We talked about making sure you know the scratches, and if there's a scratch, to re-handicap. I'm thinking you probably would not have liked the 7 as much if the 6 was in the race. 6 is not in the race. So I agree with you. Another nice workout coming in after that last effort. It's been off a month, so it's good that the trainer had added the workout for sure.
Yeah, another horse to look at. Maybe number 10, Don't Get Smart. This horse ran a really good effort first time out against Fox Appeal, Cabo Dorado, and Landry Kyle. Steadied early, steadied late. Only got beat by 5 the next time out. Bayall said exactly that to the field and ran away with it as the top 3 finishers down the lane stayed there. Don't Get Smart couldn't get there, but now gets an extra half a furlong. And race number 7, closers on a speed-favoring racetrack all day long. We've seen it many times. Just might be able to get there at a big price.
Absolutely, yeah. We'll have to change the bias, but we've seen that. My second pick could almost be now my third because the bias is the 5. I liked how the horses run. Run evenly. One first out of the year coming from Fawner. I think you liked the horse a little bit that day.
Yeah, Storm Squall came back to win.
Yeah, and so a nice race there. Bayall ran a nice race yesterday, ran a good second. So clearly a live race. Antonio knows where to put the horse in. You've got Jerry. He wins a lot of races, so be ready when he starts to really heat up. So, yeah, that's in the mix. Any others to add there, Kirt?
Maybe look at number 1, Kick a Little Booty, draws the rail in here, and gets second-time Lasix, Jorge Carreño. He was beaten last time out by Bayall, but seems like he was a little too far back, had a wide trip. Isn't going to have a wide trip today, drawing the inside. This is definitely a horse that can make a bit of a rally.
For sure. Speed Horse is the 2 horse, a big long shot. Didn't show it last time that much, but last year showed a bit of speed. Was even the favorite a few times. And so remember, the horse has only had 1 start, and Speed's holding. Who knows? That horse might get a little braver on the front end.
Yeah, one more long shot to look at. Number 3, Mission Reality, was way too far back last time out. Only got beat 6 in the end. Actually showed some good late run down the lane. comes in with a 5 furlong freshening workout since that race and gets an extra furlong, which the horse will like. It usually sits a lot closer than it did last time out. So maybe this horse might be able to impact your top 5. And if it does, definitely you'll be rewarded. Let's go to our wagers here in race 7. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, I'm going to try, I'm not going to go big here. You can play a 60-cent tri-wheel or a 50-cent if you're down. So 60-cent tri-wheel, 579 with 579 with all. Instead of doing an exactor box, I've took that all, hoping for a long shot. A couple of your long shots sneak in there, and it's going to pay well. Get me some money because I'm off to Canterbury to do some research this weekend for Saturday and Sunday races for us.
All right, and I'm going in exactor box, 5, 7, 9, and 10. A $1 one's 12. I'm doing a $2 one for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back Monday, kicking off another week with ASD Live at 6:45 Central. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,700. Number 1 is Kick a Little Booty, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Mission Reality, owned by Hillside Farms and Right Attitude, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Chavi and Chow. Number 4 is Victorian Moon, owned and trained by Norbert Cachane, Siobhan Bell in the saddle. Number 5 is Back in That Action, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5, Thrills Legacy was scratched. Number 7 is Skyview, owned by Silver D Stable, trained by Arlandino with Ronald Alley. Number 8 is Landry Kyle, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 9 is Tuscan Damsel, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 10, Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Jackpot high 5 wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, 5,000 non-4 lifetime going. It's a tough race. There is one standout based on the betting public that says the 9. $3 is too low of a price. I think this horse certainly can win. It's going to be stalking. Will be coming off the pace. So you've got to determine if the horse can overcome some of the biases. Other horses to consider would be the 7 horse. That's a speed horse that could try to steal it on the front end. The one that a safer bet, if you want to be safe, get paid a little bit, would be the 5. So I'm going to call it 9-5-7.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 9, Tuscan Damsel. She just looked way too good last time out. I expect her to be sitting relatively close and trying to call her the leader by the head of the lane. I also like number 7, Skyview. This looks to be the speed of the race, and the track has been playing to speed horses who have won all night long. And I like another long shot, number 10, Don't Get Smart on the outside. This horse will fly at him late, might run out of ground, but definitely can fill in your tries and supers. Good luck here in race 7.
Post time!
Dick Kick a Little Booty leads him in for the nightcap. Tough Enough to Start goes in. Next up, Mission Reality. Victorian Moon's turn. Back in that action goes in. Skyview steps up and in. Landry Kyle's next. Now just 2 left to load. The 4-5 favorite, Tuscan Damsel. And just waiting on Don't Get Smart to the outside. Field is set, and they're off. Hard ridden on the outside, Landon Kyle and Skyview on the inside. Kick a Little Booty wants the lead and is gonna get it. Skyview back to second, third on the outside, Landry Kyle. Then Tough Enough to Start is back in fourth. Right behind him, back in that action. Another length back to the outside. That's Tuscan Damsel. 2 more to Don't Get Smart. Mission Reality and the trailer, Victorian Moon. 22-2. A heated opening quarter mile. And Kick a Little Booty and Skyview. These two still throwing it down. Making the move on the outside. Tuscan Damsel. A big sweep and rally from Don't Get Smart. Kick a Little Booty kicks free on the field by 2 lengths. But Tuscan Damsel is coming like a freight train on the outside with Don't Get Smart. Tuscan Damsel. Don't Get Smart on the outside. But it's Tuscan Damsel gonna take it. Don't Get Smart in second. Third's gonna go to Kick a Little Booty. Fourth to Landry Kyle. And fifth to back in that action. The Stewarts are posted number 9, Tuscan Damsel as your race winner. Second goes to number 10, Don't Get Smart. Third to number 1, Kick a Little Booty. And fourth to number 8, Landry Kyle. They went the opening quarter, actually 23-2. The half, 47 seconds. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 9, Tuscan Damsel. Tuscan Damsel is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Giant Gizmo. Out of the mare, Roman Damsel by Roman Ruler. Owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, and ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-1. Congratulations goes out to rider Praven Badri, who scores the late double. 2 wins for jockey Praven Badri. Well, now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine are just $3.95 and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30. See you then, but now let's head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.